Welcome back to Workers and Resources. We're back in our republic, still seeing if we can stabilize population count and or money, ideally both. We'll see how it goes. Hello Burns. Welcome. This time we noticed a little bit of an issue with the vehicle replacement of our waste carriages. Hopefully that is now corrected. Not sure why it doesn't work when the waste carriages are standing around in a vehicle depot. It looks like we're not on a good trend for population count. Let's see where we end up on. This is a struggling republic now. Still have a decent amount of money for a couple years. But with this trend, it's looking pretty bad. Need more financial, need more money production, money generation. And yes, the clothing factory is here with a dedicated rail line leading into it, going through the MegaCity 19th Center is probably the easiest thing we can do. Having the least amount of overhead. Maybe a small warehouse. Or a rail-connected warehouse would probably make more sense. But it doesn't need a lot of storage capacity. Start another run, but I accidentally forgot about the distance from the customs house at 1920 and up with a makeshift first city after 6 years. Yes. Yep. It's intense, right? Horse carriages. Takes quite a while to get things done. I think you're also going to the Knacker's yard, I'm pretty sure. Also just make things so hard past that 1 kilometer mark, yeah. And that causes a couple issues with secret police and regular police, because if you build multiple settlements, they try to travel to that other settlement too, which is way too far away. I mean, for the normal police you have at least a horse-based police station, which doesn't have that much of a search radius. But the regular police stations are intense. At least the horse-based one is reduced in range. We're going to set up another school. Try and fix our education that has been creeping up. At least get some extra capacity inside the city center. It went down from 350 to 53 now, which could be because of the healthcare crisis. But if it's that low, that means that these houses have either educated their citizens now, which they seem to have, or they all went away because they couldn't get an education fast enough. And it looks like the latter was actually the result. I don't think there's as many people here as there could be. Hello Dentrasi, welcome. Hello, why not say? Might need brutalist schools. I think I'm just gonna start setting up schools next to orphanages, because I think that's the important part. But yeah, we'll have 4 schools then. A large one at the northern side, which should be fed by tram. 2 at the southern side. This one's gonna get a replacement, or like an additional school, doubling its capacity, if we have enough workers, which we should have. And then this one dealing with the inner city center, but yeah. I'm still not sure what the reason is. We were struggling with population. It could be anything, really. It's a statue they added, giving 6% for 450 meters, quite a steal for 27 tons. It's quite crazy, yeah. Oh, that one. Where's the flat one? I mean, the Kiev Independence Monument also gives 6% for 650 meters. But we need the appropriate DLC for that. This one. Just statue. Yeah, maybe we'll slap that down. Steel shouldn't be an issue, we're producing that. Not in good quantity right now. That is due to a lack of population. If we get 2,000 more citizens with the existing setup, more work would happen and more money would be generated. But right now it's not ideal. Like how Yard needs more workers. Get some stuff done. Maybe that's the reason why vehicles aren't being auto-replaced. The knackers, Yard is just knackered. A little bit too busy. Brutalist infrastructure is not going to be a solution for us though, because that is past 1930 if I remember correctly. So we won't be able to get brutalism. $1955. Should you build the cableway wires before the houses or after the houses? You can tear down the cableway and rebuild the wires as often as you want. You have to place the houses before you lay down the cable. But you can basically test it if it works. It doesn't let you place the houses otherwise, I don't think. You just have to make sure. Like I can go ahead and just say here, pause. Snap the cable wires in half. Let it run or not let it run or whatever. Then I can place them again if I want to. And restart the cableway. And the cars are all there. Basically split the cableway cars in half to the different buildings, depending on where you separate it. Trolleybus is going to be a thing? Not in this run. We invested heavily into trams. I don't see trolleybuses as a thing. I don't remember which date the trolleybuses were. I think they were also too modern. I don't remember. Yeah, 1929, that's like basically at the edge of it. And since we already have tram lines set up everywhere, kinda not going for that. Hello East Noon, welcome. Are you still gonna do the U-turn or are you gonna run the route nicely? Okay, now it looks better. I like it. Western trolleybuses are sadly extremely modern, yeah. Thankfully we're not in the west. Oh my god, that population drop. Jesus Christ. Down to 15,600. Health is looking good. Loyalty is just increasing. No, that's alcohol addiction, but loyalty is still increasing. I don't know why we're having that population drop. It might be because I'm untangling the school system and we're dealing with the uneducated workers. They might be leaving if they can't work. I don't have a lot of experience with just running full on uneducated workers. Hello Yamnuska, welcome. Is it a lot of life expectancy generation dying? No, that we basically kill off every generation like every 2 years with the accelerated lifetime of the population. Like we don't have a significant drop of life expectancy in recent years compared to what we had before, so I don't think that's the reason. It might be the lack of education. Maybe they don't have a place to move into. I'll open up these houses again, just in case. Maybe there's a bunch of orphanages with children that don't have an education and they just leave the Republic right away. They can't move into a house. This school is now totally fine. But yeah, it might be school related. Would a very old metro be an option? I really don't want to put anything underground on this city. I would like everything to be above ground and try to just deal with the issues that show up. If I start putting passenger transportation underneath, then all the trams would basically be obsolete and I could just do everything with walking distance and metros. Elevated trucks could be cool, but we opted for trams, I guess. Maybe an elevated train station could be a thing, but then again, I don't want to build an elevated train track because everything is so flat here. This is like the sort of stuff I wanted to build. When a road has to go underneath train tracks, I need to make an underpass. Because trains usually don't change elevation that quickly. Surprisingly for my first city, I put enough monuments that I have a decent amount of pop loyalty, about 50% it would work in the prisons. Yeah, then you're playing on like citizen reactions of medium difficulty, because on high difficulty it evens out to 35 at most. The highest you can have with some people is 37. I think medium difficulty reactions is around 50, and that way you can also start the loyalty spiral with prisons and orphanages if you want to get even higher loyalty. But yeah, normally the monuments won't help you on the highest citizen reaction level. But you still need a lot of them. Maybe next to the river on the outside of the planned road. The river is really small here. I have a train station planned next to the sewage treatment plant here that is not being used yet. It's just sitting here. This was one of the inner city train platforms planned to be used at some point, where we could get passengers and or students out of the city. Or transport them by train instead of tram a little bit more quickly. But it's not being used yet. I think I set it to realistic and just reduce the earthquakes and fire frequencies. Okay. Like I said, normally should be you wouldn't be able to manage 50% unless you have something generating loyalty. Without radio and or TV, that would either be orphanages and prisons. With the propaganda set, then you can get it going. But yeah, you can easily check it in the game settings. If unsatisfied citizen reactions is at great heart, then and you're still maintaining loyalty, then good on you. My loyalty in the beginning went down rapidly. Check the loyalty, you get people moving in, and then it drops off to that 35 and below. And then we went hard on our own loyalty gain with the prison setup we did in the beginning, and then it all fell apart. But now I'm trying to restart it again. Yeah, maybe. But the professors themselves can't keep people at high loyalty, because they can only push new people up to their loyalty and not higher. And you won't ever get that, because it's always the average of all the professors. Some of them will have low loyalty, so gradually the average loyalty will drop, and so will the loyalty of all your citizens if you just rely on the education system. A lot of conspiring in 1885. Yep. Okay, hopefully we can get this population situation under control. We lost quite a few highly educated workers too. But the university is doing its thing. It will try and boost loyalty to some extent, because we're now running it with 50% loyalty for the professors where the loyalty is known. If our population count drops, however, the secret police won't be run. And then it just, well, let's just make sure we get enough highly educated workers, shall we? We can't really try and do loyalty if our population count has dropped to 15,500. I hope this isn't going to be the end of the Republic right now. This looks pretty bad with the population spiral. What is that drop? Jesus Christ. It dropped by like 400 people in the matter of like a week. Oh no, I hope they didn't rebalance pollution. I hope there's not something like that going on. I mean, the crisis started way before that, so that should not be related. It is the end. We'll give the lumberjack mode a try. I want to, but I think I would make some modifications to it. Like, I think I would change the starting situation, as in you don't get like this set of this building, this set of this building, you don't get like a limited amount of buildings. I would just say you can make a square or like a circle of no trees, and then that's it. So you don't get limited by the free buildings you are allowed to place. I just say you can clear some buildings with the tree removal tool, and that's about it. Communist COVID, maybe. We did have a, I guess we did have a pandemic, yeah. Two even. Using the labor pickup hall. Hello Sadlier, by the way. Using the labor pickup hall to manage labor for the industry is kind of frustrating because you cannot control the worker management. The labor pickup hall has an advantage compared to the normal bus stop in that it always draws workers towards itself. It's like a bus stop that will always get workers, like a regular industry, or like a regular service building. So you don't have to micromanage and say, this house, send all of your workers to the bus stop. It just does it. Changing the rules, I allow it. Yeah, that's the only thing I saw that was like a little bit fiddly. The fact that you said like, you can place these buildings in this order for free. And then, yeah, I don't know, that seemed like... And it was like a 1 to 3 buildings or 1 to 5 buildings. I don't know. I would just say make a circle of like 200-meter radius or 100-meter radius. You can build whatever you want in there. No free buildings. You have a space that is open. Everything else you have to expand into yourself. Of course, I would probably start with a lot of logging camp. And maybe a rail construction office. I don't know. If we start in 1800 and there's no trains available, that could be a problem. I don't want this to be the end of the Republic here. Yeah, I can't really explain the sudden population drop. This is ridiculous. $200 people, another 400 people in 2 weeks. Okay, I think I can explain it. The waste is running over capacity. I think these small waste storages are causing the problem. Because they run full before the waste carriages can get here. I assume we have a waste issue in this area. Lots of people dying, probably. Maybe. Hello, Neo Contra. Welcome. Happiness went up, yeah. Problem is just this waste apparently kills everyone by a percentage, not... It doesn't add to the pollution. It does add to the pollution, but it doesn't work like the pollution. Let's see how quickly this fills up, I guess. Maybe we just need more carriages. It might have been the change that I removed a lot of carriages and had them replaced by new ones, and they just needed to get here first. So maybe it is just a time thing. Just need to wait a little bit. I thought we had enough capacity to handle a replacement, but maybe not. That's the reason why I use the bigger container ones whenever possible. I just want to use more. I want to use the smaller spaces. But yeah, the bigger ones can't be hooked up to footpaths anymore. That one got fixed. And you have like a big one in your 200-person settlement. Come on, that's like crazy. That's like ridiculous. But they are just better, and they barely cost any more. I find that slightly unfortunate, but I'm not complaining. I just like the look of the smaller ones more. You have 2 big ones in the settlement, you're just crazy. Hello, Nine. Welcome. Well, I guess if we get 2,000 more citizens now, we can go to the population growth research, or I just say whatever and get the population growth research without a required research point. Since technically we already unlocked the research point, but it got locked again when the population dropped. How are you doing, Nine? Could maybe do some hazardous waste incineration. For some money. Shame is we can't limit this to just hazardous waste, so it would be cycling the mixed waste through it as well. Which is a bit wasteful. No pun intended. There were a couple of buildings that were outside of the range of the first one, mainly the prison. Yeah, once one fills up, the other ones fill up quite quickly. Just not enough carriages, I guess. Not enough carriage speed. What about our waste trucks? They are also in range, but I guess it's dispatching carriages for now. So this area could maybe deserve another waste storage. I mean, they're not running over. the waste limit, but it seems like at 100 they are already affecting the life expectancy negatively, which is not good. Maybe we had some overflowing ones at red limit. Enjoying your day off, playing some workers and resources too? Nice. Wait, you have access to workers and resources too already? I'm just kidding. There were a couple of buildings that were... Oh yeah, you already said that. And I already read that too. 9 playing workers and resources too already. Amazing. I mean, if we completely kill everyone in this building, then we know we should change something, I guess. Don't have access to it yet? No, I don't. It's very sad. Sludge garbage storage doesn't have access to a lot of buildings anymore. But it does handle the school, the shopping center, and the theater and gallery of the art. That's like our problem area. But I mean, the life expectancy doesn't really drop below 47. I mean, not below 45, I guess. Guess we'll have to monitor it and see if that's the problem. Adding a lot of waste storages isn't going to fix it, it's just going to exacerbate the issue. Just want us normies to have a chance to learn stuff about the game before they unleash you onto it. No chance. I'm not giving you any time. Hello, Mega Monkey. Welcome. Blind Schwert. Jumping into a sequel to this game is probably gonna be very exciting when it happens. I don't know what happened. 17,200 down to 15,500. Way more than last year. We're up to 107 uneducated workers again. Took me cycling between 4 to 5 pop in a building. There's a chance that the initial demand for leisure does suddenly add one more demand. Pop enters the shopping center. But it's not replacing like a... What did we say? I mean, I have seen demands being added. But I thought we were talking about it replacing something. I don't remember the discussion anymore. Wonder why it doesn't show the free time when they're visiting a doctor. It's kind of strange. Maybe it was a waste spill when I replaced a bunch of vehicles. Now it's happening again here. Is it really a waste issue? Coming on through. Let's relocate the waste storage in here. Might be doable. I think that if they get taken to the hospital by an ambulance, it doesn't count as free time, otherwise it will. Yeah, they even if they walk there, it doesn't show it. Like everyone in here doesn't show their free time, basically. So this is like dealing with their demands. This is not a emergency service. Just a regular scheduled visit. Once this is done, it shows the free time again. Or it stops because they have run out of time. That's a very long doctor visit. Jesus. Happened in the last 20 minutes. We lost a lot of population again. I'm worried. Maybe we're having a waste crisis and that's the reason why we're struggling. What's going on here? Oh god, biological waste. Yes. I removed the destination for biological waste, and maybe that's why there's way fewer horse carriages running around. I guess we can dump biological waste too. I don't have a destination for it. Just drop it into the incinerator, I guess. I don't want to micromanage the biological waste though. Hello, Carpath Ice. Welcome. 400%, yeah. Definitely wanted to see a doctor. I mean, there's no overflowing waste, it's just full waste. It's just at the cusp of it. I think we're waiting for some horse carriages to make their way over here from the border if they haven't arrived already. Shouldn't have taken that long. I needed a bunch of replacement vehicles, but I think by now they have arrived. An early start site tower now? Yes. Yes, there is. I think that was there in the last public branch already. Yep, that thing. We've looked at that one before. They added a wooden restaurant in the recent update. $15 workers for 45 people. Okay, you should be able to get your education and then start working. Perfect. Go back, have your free time, do some work. Hello, Marilyn Love. Welcome. How was my day? It was good. Didn't go outside and walk 8 kilometers in 32 degrees weather, so I'm feeling pretty good. Kinda feel like going outside and walking though, but not today. I'll do that sometime. I'll get my bike fixed next week, and then, yeah. We'll see what we can do. Seems like it's gonna cool down next week. I might go for another couple 50-kilometer rides. As long as I bring something to drink, that works out pretty well. Last time I did a 50-kilometer ride, it was also fine. Didn't really like... I mean, the stream afterwards was short and brief, but was still pretty good. How is it there? Yesterday's was 32, today it's 29. Quite warm. Impatient trams. Yeah. I can't loop them around the other way, otherwise they wouldn't cross over each other. It's unfortunate. Only focused on that recently. Going down at least. We'll go back up on Friday. Well, on Thursday, Friday and Saturday, but then it's gonna drop from 33 to 24 and then to 17. And who knows what's gonna happen next week. End of next week. Weather's very volatile these days. We've got a 21-year-old without their own flat. I don't know who that is. I assume it's an uneducated worker. Could be someone without loyalty. Without known high loyalty. These houses are all full. You got a bunch of people with no education. 86, 87% loyalty, no education. Jesus. Yeah, I'm glad we saved those. But I guess I have to move them in somewhere. These houses are full. We're running the other loyalty prison successfully. We could start filling these houses with loyal workers to try and get this into a loyal prison at some point. Immediately. 94% loyalty. 100%. Let's do it. Let's make another loyalty prison. Weather's weird everywhere these days, yeah. Maybe it's an anarchist, maybe. I think it's a highly educated worker with high loyalty. Let's allow 50% and up into this building, focusing on the medical university. Maybe I was just starting to get very loyal people and didn't accept them anywhere. Maybe I'm just losing too many people by not accepting them when they release from prison when they have high loyalty. Gotta be careful with that too. Send some maintenance trucks here to assist. Unless we already have way too many horse carriages running here. None of them are stuck, right? Looks all fine. Okay, let's see what the population growth will do this year. July, August, September, and part of October. 4 months. We got population to make up. Shouldn't open this yet, I just wanted to assign some workers. So once we're ready we can open it up and they will start immediately walking there and working in there. Would suburbs for low loyalty residents be something so that they stay? I'm trying to move the people with the lowest loyalty, which we have the most of, closer to pollution centers, so that they just don't live here for so long. That's my approach. It's good that the pollution center is basically stretching way far into the population centers. Let me know when this technical service is done. I'm gonna check where we are storing biological waste. I know we have some in the clothing factory, I guess. Still have some biological waste on your horse carriage. That can go away. I mean, there's no problem with holding some of them in place, I guess. Do we have a problem with carrying enough waste away so that the food factory and distillery are working well enough? They might be sending vehicles here from way up in the city to pick stuff up. Maybe it would help us if we were to run a direct route. Wait until loaded and drop it into an incinerator until unloaded. There could be something with the distribution office. Someone would be proud of you. Excellent. Let's put the waste into the garbage can and it's gone. Yeah, that's our current approach. It's not working so well. Okay, almost done with the resource deliveries. Let's open up the amount of workers in the Coal Reserve South School. That really shouldn't be called Coal Reserve. I guess I could make it MegaCity 19 just south here. Let's call it south. Still some coal reserve overlap, but only 2 buildings, I guess. 3 buildings. If we get another name tag here, it's probably gonna balance itself away, and then it would be fine. More waste storages. Yeah, maybe I had a bit of a waste crisis because I sent a lot of horse carriages away. Means we need more. The center could have some. We could have some, I guess, right next to this fire station here. Instead of housing, we could put garbage collection here, which wouldn't be a bad thing to do. I'm gonna opt for horse carriages again. At some point, we'll need some trucks, but they can be placed in the city. School is done. We'll prefer students, minimum loyalty 30. That will now balance the amount of visitors out half and half. And we have double capacity for now, which will hopefully start increasing our... Oh Jesus, that's a lot of population growth. Is it? Feels like it. I mean, we went from 15,600 to almost 16,000 by 500 people in a month. That is pretty significant. Let me just check what that scale is. Yeah, I guess we grew our population by 2.5 lumberjacks, I would say. On the lumberjack scale, which is 200 population. So Necker Yard caught up. Yes. Reduce that down to 15. At some point we might have to build a second one, but seems like the waste horse carriages got cleared out. .5 lumberjacks. Yes. I think we gained that many people in a month. The graph does the meme of starting it at 0 is the lowest number of the fluctuation. I still, Zadlier, I don't know if you noticed this anomaly. I need to report it, I need to write it down, but we have a negative population growth each month, each year. Even when we were gaining population. So if we go, for example, last year, Here, started at 16,500, ended at 16,800, gain of 300. Oh wait, I think the numbers are corrected now. I think they are corrected now. Let's see if we find one of those. This one is correct, that's a population loss. Huh. I'm confused now. Basically had a population loss these years. I don't know. Maybe I just misread it. You seem correct on my end. Oh, we can't see the full graph, right? That's fine. Only the start and end date were important. To see the change from the start and the end of the year. The middle bit doesn't matter. That's graph. You should check if you can send people to the school first before you send anyone out. I guess. No. Well, I mean, the issue was that we wanted to send everyone up north because that school has more capacity, clearly. I know the southern side has just as much capacity, if not more. But the northern end is basically for our loyalty gain. Western early start buses are so strong now. Oh, is that a trolley bus? 1919. 8. Got a water truck. Prison transport. Nice. Can you start from a western border now? Is there an ambulance? 1908. Jesus. I think that was one of the big the big vehicles missing to actually start from a western border. I guess you can do 4T now and get everything. Western start confirmed. I think, maybe. Loyalty back up to 38. Still working on it. Highly educated, highly loyal workers making their way towards this area. It always must make sure to not lose population in the houses here. If they start dropping off too much, we need to stop accepting more buildings, I guess. The loyalty thing is kind of like the orphanages, we just need to spread it out. Shame we can't control the amount of children accepted in an orphanage, I guess. Otherwise we could use this for loyalty too. Kilometers or 35 passengers are still free. Is that supposed to be named 4T or really 4T? I think they are not using real life names to avoid copyright or any affiliation, so I think 4T is correct. There's nothing really named like a real vehicle as far as I know, so it's kind of intentional. Yep, never noticed that. They are doing a pretty good job of it. Give me a waste truck, I guess. Just one. We all... Oh, that's a dumper. I produced way too many other vehicles. They're just rotting away here. Come on, population growth. I'm not sure what's producing that much waste here, honestly. It's probably the school then, huh? Because it has so many people. They played you this dyslexic ass like a fiddle. Oh, you could have misspelled fiddle just to add to the joke. Damn autocorrect. Ruining a perfectly good joke. Okay, seems like we're catching up finally. Still 226 uneducated workers. Still some to catch up to. Use autocorrect for that. Okay. I mean, it would have been fun if you didn't use autocorrect and just let the spelling mistake happen. Okay, we're getting the actual workers educated now. So hopefully we won't go over 300 again. Maybe that fixes the population growth. Maybe it was an education-related issue. Because I didn't allow uneducated workers to move into the city, so they just left, I guess. Maybe we had a bunch of escapes instead. As compared to our death rate, escape rate was pretty low, but maybe that is the reason why we dropped. We'll see. Got about 2 more months before the pollution will kick in full scale again. Lumberjacks worth of people walking in and out. Yeah, the lumberjack capacity of our schools is... We got slightly more than a lumberjack capacity here. Literally made fun of me for minor spelling mistake earlier. Did I? When did I make a fun? When did I make fun for spelling mistake? I just said it's normal that we can't see the graph. And 40T or 40 was intentional. I was not being making fun of, I don't think. Can get that waste truck and empty out the biological waste here and then let it run the mixed waste as a direct route. The food factory seems to be okay with that. There's always enough waste being produced there since that is our nation's demand on food. Yeah, population growth is really quick now. Definitely more than 300 per month. Might get up to 17,000. Hopefully we'll hold it. 132 US dollars or 37,000 rubles almost. Alright, let's get the biological waste out of there. And then we can swap these containers back to mixed waste and just let the truck run with the mixed waste. Which will free up a bunch of horse carriages doing other things. It was the schools, wasn't it? We're gonna run a lot more lower education citizens. Highly educated ones will have to catch up again. We dropped about 300 highly educated workers, I think. From 4,200 down to 3,100. Compare that to the general population drop we had. We will have to recover it, but I'm still going to try and put some loyalty gain into it. We're not trying to make more than 50% loyalty with that university just yet. But eventually, if this fills up with very many loyal people, then we will. Maybe we can try this time to try and focus on allowing people with 50 to 75% loyalty everywhere to try and spread out the loyalty gain and only focus on where the 75% higher loyalty people go. 87% loyalty, 45 people. 76% loyalty, 12 people. I think we can open up the prison with like maybe 20 workers. That is over almost 60 people. They should be able to run 20 work slots in here, maybe get themselves organized to run that shift. Once this house receives some workers, then we can also make them walk to the prison first. Haven't built a waste technical service in a while. Yeah, that waste storage fills up pretty quickly. But then the waste will just be stored inside the facilities themselves, and then they'll request a dedicated vehicle picking up waste too. If we can run a dedicated truck for the production facilities that produce a ton of waste here, it'll just free up a lot of horse carriages for other areas. $234 uneducated workers. Come on, gotta catch up. Yeah, we had a massive drop in uneducated workforce. Basic education is going up now, which is good. But that drop might have been the population crash we had. Oh, we're back up to 50 workers in the steel mill. Might have to send out that other steel, the other iron import train at some point. Not yet though. I mean, we have 2 of them sitting around. Well, back when we had 150 people running the steel mill. 16,500 people. I hope we're going to be on a permanent upwards trend this time. I mean, permanent in the sense that after winter and the pollution crisis, we're going to be ending up with more citizens than we did compared to last year. That's the hope. Still people in here who are old enough to already work. Going through the school system still. This time it should be okay, I think. I hope. I wonder if I should run the checkbox again. Just focus on those that are very close to finishing their education. And then they stop going here, and then other people can take their turn. Reduces overall capacity, but increases efficiency. If the queue is very long. The queue wasn't very long in this building, though. But there are some people with enough age to finish their education more quickly and join the workforce. So I think we'll keep this checkbox checked. Temperature too low, it had a little bit of a cold snap down to 14 degrees, but it's already back to being warm enough. But that does mean that the heating plants will now start kicking in as workers will start flooding these facilities every now and then to get the temperature up, which will start pollution in September. What population number do we need to be better than last year? 17,200 pretty much. I don't think we're gonna hit that. Another 500 people, 600 people in 1 month. There's not even any prisoners here yet. 60% loyalty, please. And loyalty gain. I'm gonna drop some from the non-loyalty prisons in here. So we can boost their loyalty at least. We could shut some of these off, make those overflow prisons. We don't need to run these right now. Not all of them at least. More loyalty, let's go. Maybe the larger prisons with more space are, like someone said, better suited for actually rehabilitation because you get more efficiency out of the workers. 2 of the smaller ones have the same capacity as one large one, and the larger one is more space. But it does look like it could be more of a rehabilitation facility with how much outside space they get. We also have to keep monitoring our higher education workforce with the loyalty settings. Make sure that when this building fills up completely with higher educated citizens, we make sure we have another building ready for them to move into. which will probably be this one. That's our average productivity, 68%. It's going up pretty well. The focus on loyalty is already noticeable. Haven't had that much productivity in a while. It's going over 2004 levels. 68% loyalty productivity in 1996. Currently at 68.16. We did go over 69 though. We reached 69 in 1995. Nice. Yes. Agreed. Yeah, I don't think we're gonna get over 17,000, but I think the amount of uneducated workers is still quite high, but not as high as it was the last time. 45 of them still here. Do we have room for uneducated workers to move in somewhere? Yes, I mean these houses here. Do accept them. With lower loyalty, below 50%. High loyalty can move into these 3 houses currently. Or no education. And basic education. To make sure that former prisoners have a place to move into. But always gotta be wary of our loyalty prison. I'm not gonna enable more houses right now. But it looks very good. Let's move these trams out a little bit more frequently. That school is still struggling because I think it's getting a lot of people from all of these houses that no one else goes to. No one's going to the tram stop if they can walk to the school, I guess. But at least we alleviate the stress a little bit by providing a second school. We could maybe build one up here next to the water purification plant. I don't know if I want to have another school though. I really thought they would get transported by tram. Instead they pile up here with up to 400 people in the schoolyard. Yes, the courthouses will probably complain until the end of the year. We're 2% over the threshold for giving us warning messages. Not sure what the crime wave was caused by. But we're working through it. There's a lot of students in that school, yeah. But a lot of residential buildings in its catch area. I built a second one to take a little bit of stress off of it, but it's... I mean, it's not taking the load off completely. But I think once we run through this, where we get all of the people which are already way too old, and those that are already over 16 out of the school, get it back to a lower level, then I can take off the checkbox and we can go back to regular operations, I guess. But this must have been brewing for quite a while before it tipped over, if that was the reason why we had a massive population crash, just no education. And because I never allowed them to move in anywhere, it basically was hidden. So I wonder what the population level is going to be like. We're in October, only 16,700 people. Way lower than last year. Again. Basically a whole population in one building, yeah. 210 workers, that's way more than that. 210 workers, 36 babies, 31 children. It's like 270 people here. Maybe the Lumberjack challenge needs to build some Dnipro flats because they're so space efficient. Okay. I don't remember how I did these. I think it was a little bit different, definitely more narrow. Okay, I should sleep. Have a good night, why not say? Finance is still so tight for me. I need the prisoners working on the clothing factory. Yeah. Hello, apparently potatoes. Welcome. I think we can shut down one of the other prisons too. Maybe wait. Because I don't... Actually, well... I don't think we have enough workers yet to run this at a higher capacity. I'm still waiting for more loyal people to show up. But yeah, we will shut down the other two. And they will serve as overflow prisons, I guess. Once we need them. Don't think I want to use loyalty for them anymore. Oh no. Population drain is upon us. Looks like the waste horse carriages got some horse feet. I don't know, ready to work here. I wonder if these smaller waste storages might be better at helping us spot waste overflowing. They seem to be preferring some of these storages or filling up the larger ones. I don't think I see anyone. Oh, there's one who's too old to be running around without a basic education. You're still hovering around here on the schoolyard, and at some point we're gonna get you. Down to 113, but it's dropping heavily now because of the pollution as well. I wonder if uneducated workers leave the Republic at some point, just flat out. It felt like they did, with how much it was dropping. Okay, I'm gonna hide myself to show the stats. So in 2012 everything was fine, and then our population drop started to happen. 2013, 2014 and so on. If we look at the higher education, it had a pretty big drop. Basic education also. I mean, everyone had a drop. But it seems like the no education situation had the highest drop. What did you do in 2012? I don't know. I still have yet to decipher what the issue was. Probably was religion sympathy if I had to take a guess. I'm blaming the church. Otherwise nothing really shows up. There was also a pretty big health drop. Happiness drop. We'll see. I'll run the school without the checkbox again. Which means that the person without the school education will cycle through and at least pick up a little bit of education every now and then, in between the children visiting the school. It wasn't by chance repair the heating plant or something. Then I would expect a really high health drop as well. So now it's in the middle, 2012. Health-wise, there was not any significant change, except for in the middle of the year. At the end of winter, we had a more increased health drop. It was the time when I decided to skimp on the healthcare system and lowered the healthcare workers down by 5 to increase the queues. But I'm not sure if that's the actual reason that caused it. Now I'm wondering if I'm going to retry that again once we have our population stabilized. And I have the research unlocked for increased population growth, so I can fix those problems in the future a little bit more quickly. So I'm still not sure what happened in 2012. Unknown to me. No significant notice of 21-year-olds without their own flat. That only started happening in 2014. I am not sure what went down. We could increase the amount of prisoners, I guess, by running the courthouses more effectively. There's only a 20% expiry rate of cases. It's not that bad. They're working through it. There's a backlog of some serious cases, I guess. Now it's all minor and medium cases. And only a couple are still missing some good progress. The rest seems to be progressing nicely. This one's gonna fail, I think. Stop working on that. If we go to 2012 again, birth rate, no immigrants, death rate, escape rate. Nothing significant happened in 2012. It's just population crashed for some reason. There wasn't even any more deaths, I guess, according to the statistics. We had a year with very few deaths in 2010, 3,500. Then 2011 rolled around, where it evened out. Then we got 200 excess deaths and escapes compared to our birth rate. And then here 100. That's 2013. So on these graphs, nothing really dramatic seems to have happened, right? We dropped by over 1,000 people in 2 years. But it doesn't really show up on the graphs. I don't know where the population went. Higher workforce is still at 2,900. Lower educated workforce is growing, which is good. 83 people with no education. I guess I might have run this republic by just not letting people move in without an education, and then it was working fine until it wasn't. Maybe we have a massively increased population growth if I educate everyone. Maybe the orphanages are really efficient and we have a lot of people with no education that I didn't even know about. Maybe it'll show itself next year. Because the school only finished halfway through this year. I'm tempted to build another school, but I still believe that it will be fine now. I mean, we have 2 more schools than before. One in the center, one in the southern area. We didn't have those 2 schools a couple years ago. And we managed to get up to 18,000 citizens. So those areas will not send more students to the very busy school. It's still running through some students which are quite old comparatively to what they should be being in the school. And it has decreased. I mean, the amount of students in the schoolyard seems to be dropping below 100 for most of the time. So it'll probably be fine. Okay, well, I guess I don't need to write anything down if the population statistics seem to work out. I kind of want a checkbox to provide education based on age, not on existing education, but that might make it too easy. If a student shows up here, they cannot get to this school. Only the one up here. And the university. A very round population drop, very shallow compared to the sharpness we normally have. Maybe when it becomes so spiky, there's something not right in the Republic. Maybe normally you should have a rounded curve at the top of your population graph from a pollution drop. Not sure with that. Seems like the crime wave is over. Well, according to what's in the courthouses, I guess. Well, we have 2 orphanages here. And also the school, but I don't think we have to focus on the school anymore. I think I'll just tell you just orphanage and then go wherever. And school is part of that, but the school is fine now. I'm just gonna open up the workforce to go wherever they think makes the most sense. It's a recipe for disaster, but we'll see how it balances itself out. Still loyalty gain, very good. One more of the smaller prisons shut down. Oh, you snuck in here. Because there's wardens, even there's supposed no one's supposed to be arriving here, but I guess as long as there's wardens here, I'll accept prisoners, even if the amount of workers has been reduced. We're getting people moving into this building now. Priority is the prison, then you can do whatever you want. We still can bring up the number of workers here. And conversely, once that boosts the loyalty of that many prisoners, those houses will be filled, and we can bring up the prison to maximum capacity, hopefully shutting down the last prison too. Although maybe the last one will keep as an overflow. What was the prison sentences I activated? I think I boosted them quite high to make sure everyone stays until... Oh, I focused on medium crimes. Either that or there was a misclick here. Let's go down to 3 years, 3.6, 4 years. I don't remember focusing on medium crimes. Doesn't really make much sense. Okay, I think the schools are doing their job. Just a couple more 21-plus-year-olds without education. It says you're at home? Okay, you're a different person. Almost ready to work though. Yeah, that's a much wider curve, much wider population drop curve. Productivity went down again because of winter. Loyalty had a little bit of a dip. We'll see if that keeps going up after winter. Down to 2,800 highly educated workers. 68% wear and tear and rising quickly. Why is it going so quick? I think the game wants to burn this building to the ground. Jesus Christ. That doesn't look good. Why is it burning so quickly? 98% wear and tear. That might still collapse. What the hell? Might have to shut this down for repairs just so we don't risk it collapsing due to wear and tear, I guess. I don't know if people die in the shopping center if it collapses. Better prioritize the repairs. I think they're already sending stuff here. Yeah, they're sending all of the trucks out. I don't think they have anything else to do at the moment. At least, like, there's... Okay, never mind. But they already sent enough trucks out to bring all the resources here. Those are probably all the old people that break their hips on the icy roads and pathways because bright criminal neglects the Räume- und Streupflicht. We're clearing the roads. We're dropping so much ash onto the roads that there's no ice that they can slip on. We take care of our people. Like that sentence you can interpret in two different ways. Like that building burned down from 40% to 98%. Our buildings get maintained at 40% with the maintenance offices, which is kind of impressive. And that was a ridiculous fire. Did you learn from Atomcraft? Ash and water to make aqueous potash. Oh, you did see how much how much potash we needed. Aqueous lye is where it's at. Building at risk of falling down. Mm-hmm. Only trucks heading here. As soon as they start repairing it, it will stop collapsing, right? I think... Does it work like vehicles, or do they need to finish repairing it before the wear goes down? I think they need to finish repairing it before the wear actually goes down. But yeah, that was very strange. More like ships where the repairs need to complete before it goes down. Okay. Yeah. I guess. Picking up bricks. That's fine. Still a full load of bricks, which means there's probably more to be had here. Unless there's already one with 1.5 tons heading this way. Service crane. .5 tons of bricks. Okay, so I guess they might be getting all the materials they need. Yeah, maybe we should increase priority so also workers get delivered here more quickly. I'm not sure if the workers inside the shopping center themselves are doing the reconstruction. So far it doesn't look like they will. For some of the industries. Well, I guess we'll know once they have delivered some concrete. They do not do the maintenance themselves. I don't know what to think about our population graphs anymore. At first I thought it was the workers in the hospitals. Now we're thinking it's the schools being insufficient capacity and we are losing tons and tons of people with no education just disappearing. Hello Dynamic. Welcome. The Daz, favorite streamer of the past. I'm not that old. It's all a matter of perspective. But we don't know education leads to more crime, which leads to deaths? I don't think so, no. Maybe. I would have I guess we would have started noticing the courthouses running over capacity. I mean, we can check the statistics, I think, for that. That is a thing we can do. So, serious crime 67, 76. 67, 70, 88, 72, 108, 69, 70, 97. No, there's nothing really noticeable about the crime rates. Total amount is also pretty similar. Perhaps it's the police driving too many criminals to escape? Maybe? That was like the idea that we didn't have the settings set correctly and we had a lot of loyal people just leaving because there was no room for them to move into certain buildings. There was a notification like 2 minutes ago that the court is over capacity. Yeah, that's because there was a crime wave and the courthouse was also lacking workers because the population numbers dropped. But it is working correctly again and now the year is over, so we're gonna get that message again once a couple cases tick over. And then it should start disappearing again. We almost cleared it out last year, went down to 21%. Once it is below 20%, it stops showing the message. So if I cancel one of the cases right now, it would probably be at around 50% failed cases, and it would probably start showing the message. Hello 50. Welcome. Long time no see. Yep. Long time no see indeed. Long time no workers and resources. But we're back. I hear I'm partially to blame for the return of workers and resources. I mean, I was looking for a way to be cool while playing workers and resources because it heaps up my room a lot. And I think I found a solution that is actually doable now. MegaCity 19 has grown so fast last time I checked. It has been slowing down in growth. We're currently dealing with a population crisis. But it has grown a lot, yeah. Settled has been teasing population growth and I needed to take it into my own hands. For the last 15 years it's been like, oh, almost at 200. Oh, didn't work again. Well, maybe next time. It's been so long. What's the city's major export commodities? We're exporting clothing, some alcohol, some cement. Makes up 3.8 million. And vehicles for 2.7. But it's currently not making enough money to deal with our import. I want to build some clothing factories in the middle of this. Lumberjack Run had some difficulties going over 200 pops, but it did finally get that on Monday. And it will stay there, never drop below 200 again, I have heard. Yeah, the population is doing strange stuff right now. Like already trying to recover, basically. We had our prices cut by times 100, so currently we're sitting on 1.1 billion rubles and 100,000 US dollars. But the numbers were getting unwieldy. We're dropping a lot in money though. It did get cut down when it was at around 4 billion. So yeah, I need to make more money. I want to fix it with a small clothing factory set up in the middle of the urban area here. Delivered resources by train. Can just go through the steel mill, show up here, unload fabric, bring clothing to the border just for export. They are billions. They were billions. Deforestation and running out of trees a real thing in the game, also with mills still cutting down invisible trees. You can run out of trees, but you can also plant trees for free. Trees just take a while to grow up. Those trees are not chopped down, there's no fake trees, I don't think. Isn't there a tech now that does reforestation? Yes. You can also have them replant a tree every time they chop one down, if you get the technology for it. I don't remember how many people, like how much a school can actually service in the city. That population crisis, that education crisis must have been festering for a while. Attack is banned in Lumberjack mode. Why would it be banned? Oh man, if you had that tech, you couldn't progress anymore. I guess it should be banned, yeah. Then you would be stuck. And they would start planting trees in areas that are fully cleared. That would be horrendous. I mean, it ruins the run because you then can't progress anymore. You're basically stuck. And you can't get rid of it anymore. They would just keep replanting. Audio is fine. I'm interested to see how the population's gonna go. We're still accepting people with no education in certain buildings. The education system has caught up. Finally. Almost completely. Yeah, I went to 4. I went to 5 years, I guess. For some of the cases. Gives people more loyalty, you know. But ideally, you would kick them out as soon as they get to 100% loyalty. It's just a balancing affair. So you're at 0.7 out of 4.1 years, so basically at 3.6. That's 15 plus another 3, so 18 ticks of loyalty. Of around 2%, I would say. So you're gonna get 36 loyalty. Maybe more, depending on how many works there are. If we're gonna be at 4%, you're gonna get double that. What's the difference between French and regular mustard? Wait, what? Dynamic with the off-topic discussions again. Eating French mustard. I need to get some good mustard. I need to try. I still think I have some mustard in my fridge. I want to run the checkbox again, sort of. I think the checkbox is more efficient. Okay, you're done with the biological waste. You can now load mixed waste. Now you have to go there for biological waste one more time, I guess. Because I need to change the last container. Away from biological waste, we're not collecting that anymore. And then we're just setting that truck onto a mission to keep the mixed waste unload it here. Those carriages are so slow. Oh, well, that was mixed waste. Try biological waste next time. Still need to empty that out. Actually, that incinerator is fine because no one else is using it. There's not that much hazardous waste being produced. We can keep going there. If this created its own surface pipes for drinking water and sewage, that would be great, because underground pipes drove me crazy. Surface sewage pipes would be very strange though. You would have to go underground every now and then just to make sure they keep flowing downwards. How do you make food, meat, and cloth in one district? Well, you would need a food factory, a livestock farm, and a fabric factory, and clothing factory, and a butcher. Would be a lot of facilities in one area. But it is doable. How many power plants that the city has? Only 2 right now. Doesn't need that many. Power draw right now is around 10 megawatts. These power plants can provide it around 14. They say they can do 10 each, but we're going by the rate at 70%, so only 7 megawatts per plant, because when they undergo maintenance, wear and tear repairs, they don't produce as much. So I'm only officially going with the value of 14 megawatts. Nuclear coal. Oh, they're just coal plants. We're sticking with early start technology, 1930 or earlier. That's why it's called MegaCity 19, 19th century style settlement. There's no better power plants for us. We get the coal plants that produce up to 10 megawatts and that's it. Still using horse carriages in 2018. Yes, because of that reason. Has to be. MegaCity 19. Population is holding on, trying to stay over 16,000. We had that last year too, and then suddenly it crashed hard in a matter of weeks. Let's see how it goes this time. Eco-friendly transportation. Yep. All renewable. Okay, now the students on the schoolyard are all relatively young, which is how it should be. Seems pretty good now. "28 uneducated workers." Wait, did they remove the truck stop from that? No, it's still there. Okay. Doesn't need a road now. Assuming that horses do produce less methane than, say, cows. Probably. Went over 20%. Still lacking higher educated workforce, 2,700. That university is barely being used. Very few professors here. If it was really the schools, then we might be okay now. And I might go back to trying and lowering the amount of staff inside the hospitals. Shopping center got repaired. Might. Yes. Has to happen. Where's this truck getting its food from? Market hall is correct. You know what? There's probably a shorter trip you can do. No, not really. I guess this is short enough. You could go to the cargo train platform, I guess, and load directly from the train. We're planning to build a brand new city that is... The economy of said city revolves around tourism? No, we're only building one city, MegaCity 19. Only one city is allowed on the map. That's the challenge, basically. Everything has to be integrated into one city. Or be run from one city. Like, we can have industries on the outside, but currently there's no plan for it. Oh, we made some profit in February, which is nice. But still haven't slowed down our financial drain. How about amusement district then? I have that here already. I mean, it doesn't look like it, but we got an expo hall, got a restaurant, a spa cafe, we got a Ferris wheel, we got a gallery of the art, we got a Republic Theater. It's what a 19th century style amusement district would look like. Could use the red Christmas decoration lights. There are lights on the Ferris wheel. They only show up in December and January though. Oh, we did already go crazy with the lights. That is our amusement district, pretty much. The Mega Airport has the capacity to accommodate 10 million passengers. Yeah, that doesn't really fit in a 19th century style settlement, though. Massive air transportation. Not really with the theme. Population is holding. It is March now. I think we might have caught it. I think we might have caught the reason why our population was struggling. Maybe. I'm not gonna preemptively celebrate, but it looks pretty... I mean, that population drop from winter was only about 400 people. Who knows? I mean, we already thought, yeah, here we solved it, and then it kept crashing again. How many has escaped so far? This year? 69. Death rate is still relatively high because we're still in winter, so the birth rate is not exceeding the death rate. That is a thing for mid of the year, when the death rate will go down. Okay, I'm feeling confident, I gotta say. That population curve looks pretty impressive. I don't think we've had that in a while. It's like such a sharp drop of or like a stop of a population curve. We had it in 2000 once. I don't remember what we did back then. City is the pinnacle of quality of life, yet there's people who are ungrateful. Yeah, but they'll just live their life until they're 45 and then make room. Seven uneducated workers. Oh my god, the school finally looks normal again. You're 31, you almost are done with your education too. There you go. Excellent. I guess that's the problem when you gentrify your settlement and you mess around with the education and loyalty settings. You might just say no one without an education is allowed to move into the city, and then you don't realize how many you're losing. Under one lumberjack per student, yeah. We're like 30% of a lumberjack right now. It's very low. Here it's slightly more than 1.2 lumberjack. No, wait, 0.6 lumberjacks. I can remove the checkbox here now to get the increased capacity. This one doesn't really have a lot of older students anymore. I think I'll get rid of the checkbox too. Just take the higher throughput. Are unloyal citizens under control by the secret police? I mean, we're trying to make more loyalty. We're trying to boost loyalty up by virtue of providing re-education possibilities in our prisons. And yes, that's a secret. Please follow me into this room right here. But yeah, we're getting some people with 100% loyalty, which then get reintegrated into buildings that work in prisons to make more loyalty. But also, we will try again and get them set up in the education system. But this time I think I'll start with the universities instead of the schools. Schools can propagate a lot of loyalty rather quickly, but it's very unfocused. Spamming monuments in front of every building. On the hard difficulty, that will only help you so much. Like 35% is like the highest amount you're going to get on average, normally. At least it should be. Unless some things have changed. That is my last knowledge point, I guess. 35%, yeah. Not a lot. One uneducated worker somewhere. I don't even know where. It's hiding somewhere. Up there. A couple people. I mean, there's no ability for uneducated workers to be here. Then it can carry you only so much, you have to do your own part as well. True, true. That university is constantly churning out more and more highly educated workers reliably. It would benefit off of a couple more workers, I guess. We might be spreading our higher educated workforce too thin. I don't want to change them too much as well, but I think right now I'll move a couple over here to run that university more efficiently. %. Also lacking higher educated citizens working the judge slots. Residential district reminds me of that game OMSI. I think OMSI 2 is basically Berlin, which I'll take as a compliment. It even simulates like Berlin during the reunification, like pre and post reunification. And then you can run a bus route into East Berlin post unification. It is on my wish list, but it's kind of expensive. Okay, I think we're having a little bit of an education crisis brewing. Not accounting for the one we just had. I think I need another university now. Oh, we need to make sure that people work in this university here. By moving some highly educated workers over. Some areas that probably don't need it right now. It will probably affect the secret police somewhere, but I guess that's just something we have to risk. Yep, let highly educated workers move there again. I'll drop the loyalty requirement for our generic university that's just supposed to crank out as many highly educated workers as possible. Even though it shouldn't have an issue, you need to be assigned to actually send your highly educated workers there. I guess I'll just let you pick your own workplace. Where's the Parliament building? I don't think we have that. No government buildings. Only allowed to stream that. Switch your dialect to Annoyed Berliner, BBG, Busfahrer. I don't think I can do that. I don't think I want to do that. Okay, I think that'll fix the highly educated workforce crisis. That wear and tear is going quick. Sheesh. So bringing up loyalty. Need to make sure we don't run out of space where very loyal people can move into. The next focus would be either the prisons for regular education, high loyalty, or back to, well, the highly educated high loyalty need to be going to the university, that's for sure. We do need more professors. Well, we helped the population. It just didn't drop anymore. Amazing. I might cautiously start enabling 50 to 75% loyalty everywhere, except in the most polluted areas, I guess. Rolling out that policy that people with high loyalty, 50 to 75, can move into most structures. Let me name those areas. I really like the name tags on the city, give it a little bit more flavor, but just by looking at it you can get a basic understanding. Some of the landmark buildings, I guess, that are hard to miss. I don't think we had a sewage crisis. I mean, that's another thing that could have happened. But that would have affected our health significantly. Apparently almost all the DLC are made by modders, not by the devs, according to the video I watched. I mean, modders gone developers, I guess. Some vehicles are without fuel. That is the construction crane pretty much complaining. All good. Reconstruction causing a little bit of delayed functionality here. This police station isn't working as efficiently as it could. That is OMZ 2, yeah. That is basically anyone's allowed to make DLC for it, I think. Kind of ridiculous. Would not recommend. Just the base game, I think. And then look for a page curating the DLC that is actually worth something. If you can handle the base game. The base game is already one of a kind, I guess I would say. But yeah, if it goes on discount, I'll buy it, I think. think that's on par with most simulation games, like train sims. It's all the simulation games that try to simulate a real-life section of the world, like simulating an actual piece of track or simulating part of Berlin or stuff like that. You get a lot of simulation games that simulate something really quite well, and then use a fantasy map, which isn't as appealing to some people, but recreating an actual part of the world, I guess, is a lot more difficult. And what game you should check out? Ancient Cities? Think you would like it? Hello, Jimmy. Welcome. Hello to you too, I guess. I do have Ancient Cities. I have streamed it before. And yes, I did like... But it was also plagued by, I guess, a little bit too much ambition by the developers. I don't know where it is these days. Traffic in the game is aggressive, run into 2 or 3 accidents in a single trip. Nomsy? Yeah. Were they caused by you? Did you cause them? Oh, yeah, very aggressive traffic then. Got it just yesterday and been trying to wrap my head around it. Also hi, sorry, just had a background, came back to talking about games. Right. No problem. Slowly running into a situation where the lack of highly educated workers might pose a serious risk to the Republic. But I think it might catch itself again. 2,650 higher educated workers with 2,821 we would have if the people moved into the workforce already, so we are due 150 plus extra workers. But of course, with the high pollution cycle, we should check the graph instead and not just rely on the number. And the graph says things are going terrible right now, so we need to probably take action. Does the party HQ fit here? That would be kind of nice. Oh, it does. Is that too busy? Let the party HQ down there? Seems kind of cramped. I guess we can place it behind the school. For the time being, putting your PS2s, I'm all over the place. Didn't mean to be rude. I'll say hi, that's fine. In case you missed the earlier message, Des, students don't get proper healthcare, only emergencies. Maybe uneducated workers have something similar. Might explain the death spiral. Maybe. Yeah, children not getting proper healthcare, I kind of noticed. I mean, they're young, they're basically... it's simulated that they basically don't care about their own health, so I think that simulation is correct. They only go to the doctor when something is really, really wrong. Like you? Oh no. This is not looking good. But we've been here before. How long has this been going on? Is this like since 2012? Pretty much. 2012 was the last year, and then sudden decline. It's all... everything is going wrong since 2012, apparently. Everything was nice and stable. An equilibrium of a city on a needle point. Now it's all falling apart. Mayans were correct after all. Oh, good catch, yes. Apparently they were correct. Main thing for me is that most people are having a good time. Well, right now they do. But if our higher educated workforce keeps going down, and at some point we're not going to have workers making more highly educated workers, more making people healthy again, our secret polices are going to shut down permanently. Not the secret police. It's very important that we keep a secret police around so we can keep our high loyalty going. High loyalty means more productivity. Productivity crashed back down to 66%. It is after winter, of course. Yeah, this is a pretty bad trend. Like, if this was hovering around the same number, it would be okay. But suddenly the game decided that we do not have enough capacity for higher educated workforces anymore. Probably because I messed around with the student routes. And we are going to go a little bit more decentralized with our higher education generation, so we'll plop down another university here, run it with the checkbox. Any loyalty student is fine, 30% for the workers' loyalty, and that will just add another 20 students in the auditorium to our general capacity, which is about... how much was it, like 500 to 1,000 per year? It should be, thereabout. Student strike because you don't let them go to their favorite tram spots anymore. Yeah, it was bad for the Republic. I had to. I had no choice. I've prepared a list with people I deem responsible for this strategy. We could shut down all courthouses, say whatever, we don't care about the criminality for now. Get those extra highly educated workers in. I mean, the criminality is not that high. I still want to do a run at some point where I say, do you need a police force? Can you just compensate with orphanages? Because I think it might be possible. Honorary students must be sent to the court. Now we kind of need them. Can't do that right now. Let's move the... I guess there's no button for moving people with basic education out. I can just move everyone out. Yes, this building gets a lot of pollution every year, but you will have to work in the universities this year and make more highly educated workers. You orphans yearn for the logging camps. So I've heard. Man, a mod orphanage. I wonder how broken they are. So the population drop, even for the highly educated workforce, was probably due to winter. Let's see how it'll be at the end of August. This population curve looks really, really weird. Still using a vanilla one. Yeah, I know. It was really a really large building compared to what else you have built. It's like one of the largest structures you have. There will be a crisis in 2020? I don't think so. It's one of the most important buildings. Yeah. The Twitch viewers had to fight to get that instituted with priority. But now it's there. It's doing its job. Why is that such a long silent outro for that playlist? Like half a minute of no music. If this situation is stable now with the additional schools, the reinstitution of the hospitals being better staffed, maybe we get an actual feel for if this is manageable, building a settlement right next to the steel mill. So I think we might have been hampered by some other factors. Agriculture is a waste of time and money? Not really. It can be very profitable. It just requires you to make... Like, it's basically a test for your logistics capabilities because it requires a lot of material to be moved in only a couple months of the year. Which can cause issues if it doesn't happen. Okay, let's stabilize our education system. I didn't think that one would fall over so dramatically. That's the problem of a vibe-based planned economy, I guess. Vibe-based economy. We just build and build, and at some point you're like, oh yeah, I forgot to add more of that particular thing. Three more loyalty ticks. 87%. Doesn't look bad. Looks okay. We're below 10 million rubles. Imported 1.5 million last month. Jesus. Electronic components. We could start exporting some steel again. Or try and increase... Well, we can't increase the amount of workers in the vehicle production. But we could do some steel export. 10 million export? No. No, no. These values have already been multiplied by 1 divided by 100. Like, these are much higher than they appear to be. So I guess technically it would be 50 million. But it's rubles, the inflation is just super crazy. But yeah, we did cut everything down. We had a 1.5 million import last month, which was quite high. In total we have less than 10 million. Which seems pretty bad, come to think of it. But anyway, we have to fix the population growth first. Then we can use the excess workers in clothing factories. The other option would be another clothing factory here, which is already connected to the setup of the cableway stations. I just have to redo the road here. And we can fit another clothing factory in. I'm pretty sure. No unemployment, impressive. Yeah, we're 1.7 thousand below our normal population number, but it's going up again. Quite early. Scratch that. It's going up on the normal time frame. $2,650 highly educated workforce. It hasn't dropped yet. The last couple weeks. But yeah, it went down by 300 since the start of the year. We have to catch that. Thankfully we're out of winter, so death rate will stop climbing, will actually decrease, and we'll get some students through. And hopefully we'll end up with more highly educated workers than we started with. We'll have to make 300. That's 1.5 lumberjacks of highly educated workers, that's a lot. For people who don't get that joke, that is a reference to Zettelier's run, the lumberjack run in Workers and Resources, currently reaching over 200 population, and that being a magical number. So we combined that with the statement of making it into a population unit. We will be able to drop some more houses in here. Maybe not the highest population density, maybe the highest population density, I'm not sure yet. I want there to be more density here. I want there to be clothing factories. I don't know about inside the city. If it's by train, if it's for export, it would just work. Bring the train in, run the clothing factories. But we're starting to build other things here. The train could still go through and we could have some clothing factories, I guess, on the side of the hospital. There might be room for 2 clothing factories here. And maybe a small warehouse. Seems kinda narrow. Also no power. Oh, it's the least of our worries. It's a valid population unit, just like Spain is a valid measurement of distance, roughly 1,000. I did not know Spain was a unit of 1,000 kilometers. Roughly 1,000 kilometers. Spain is living real. Hello, something barbaric. Welcome. Well, it's basically Greater Portugal. I heard. Okay, I mean, I'm starting to drop industries in the middle of the city that normally you don't want to have. But what could be worse than our heating plants? Nothing, really. I lined up the building to the other building. Didn't care about the blueprint, just looked at the structure itself and lined it up to the other structure. That's about 280 tons of fabric, 200 tons of clothing. That's way more than enough. Maybe I can bring the road through in between the factories. This is for when we have sufficient population again to try and make more money. I guess we're gonna have a little bit of an issue with the second factory connection, but if I build it here, that would be a pretty long factory connection. That wouldn't leave enough room for the train to come through. Need that little bit of extra gap here, just so the train can go past the clothing factory. Presumably that's gonna be sufficient. And we could have a freight train here importing fabric, waiting until unloaded, and then exporting as much clothing there is. Just like that. We don't need higher education to run this facility, and the train wouldn't have to run that often. And I just need to make some train cars for it. Am I gonna squeeze 3 clothing factories into this area? I don't think so. Thinking about it though. In theory, you could change the clothing factories. You could have one clothing factory connected to another clothing factory. As long as you keep pushing fabric into the first clothing factory, the second one will also get that material from this clothing factory. They won't be able to get it from the warehouse. But production should be reasonably slow. That kind of ruins the flair of the whole tram stop here. But it could be a drop-off point for regular educated workers that just go to this place. I do want to have them in a higher density housing though, just working here. No uneducated workers still. 800 citizens away from getting the population increase research. Still not sure if that's on the agenda, but this year seems to be pretty potent so far. Another single clothing factory? Just one? Maybe two is overdoing it. The other alternative was to have it arrive all the way down here, going over the footpath. And then we could even bring in some prisoners. But this is a loyalty prison now, so I don't want to do that. I guess we could have multiple factories with multiple warehouses. Don't have to connect it all to one, right? We could just go unload as much fabric as we can, wait until unloaded for fabric, pick up clothing, export. And just have like multiple warehouses. This would need a power connection, but that's, like I said, not a big deal. Would a warehouse fit here now? Could it go over the footpath? With the train tracks? Will we still have the ability to build a road connection to the warehouse itself? All of these questions currently to be answered. No. All the factory connections don't really line up nicely for us. So it could be clothing factory warehouse into clothing factory warehouse, and we have two clothing factories here spread out. Like that. I don't know how the workers would get to this one. Would have to extend the footpath, make these people work here. Maybe share it with the housing on that side, get more housing developed. It shouldn't consume more water. But this is all for the money crisis we're having right now. Clothing factories, more housing potential here for high density. A university to make highly educated workers, which doesn't seem as useful in this area anymore, but still. We have a declining population, and this is one of the larger areas with population, so another university will make sense. We'll bring the footpath through, and then we can have workers walk to this area too. There's probably a side entrance for the factory over here, no problem. But yeah, that'll hopefully bring up clothing production and increase our export capacity, because clothing export is pretty good. We're making not a lot of clothing compared to what we're importing fabric-wise, because we're using a lot of that clothing ourselves. If we check the production of clothing, I mean, we can check fabric. It's importing 41.5 per month, and 42 per industry is getting used up normally. So that would make around 20 tons of clothing. Production of 14.5, 21, 14, 13. We're exporting a third of our production. Maybe half. So all of these production facilities would be raw export, basically. Get the fabric, turn it into clothing, export it. A profit margin of 2 pieces of fabric for 6,600 into clothing, which exports for 21,000. So 13,000 versus 21,000. That's pretty good. That's a 50% profit margin, I guess. Thereabout. But yeah, right now I have to stabilize highly educated workforce and get another 500 people, because then we can do the research. On a sword, still building simultaneously 2 cities. At a Discord, I could send pictures because they start to look really good. The vanilla only medical university is so huge. Yes, medical university is up here. I do have a Discord. Exclamation mark Discord. I just don't post it publicly because I don't want it to be overrun, because it's mainly for people who want to do something and talk about regarding what's going on in chat. That's about it. It's not a huge community drive or anything. Once you've joined, I can give you permissions to post images. I'm keeping it very, very manually, as in I don't let anyone just come in and post pictures, because it's too risky these days. Well, I guess that would be you, I assume. So there you go. Now you have image posting permissions. Use them wisely. Controlling the media like in the real Soviet Republic. Yes. Of course it's me. How would I know? Would be all 3 pictures by Zedelier. In general, yeah, there's no... Like I said, there's not a lot planned, just throw them in. I might have to lower the workforce inside the hospitals just because we need more workers inside the universities. But then again, the other university is almost done, which will take over a pretty big part and will work quite reliably as long as we make sure enough highly educated workers can move into the buildings next to it. Yeah, I don't want to run prison labor in here, I don't think. That wasn't really the plan. I mean, it was an overflow prison, which would be fine for workforce, but now it's a loyalty prison. Trying to push loyalty. You know what I was wondering the other day? I keep getting like, no place for prayer complaints. Does St. Nick's Cathedral in the monument category serve as a place for praying? I don't think so. St. Basil's Cathedral gives government loyalty. I don't think they have any visitor slots, so I don't think so. If they have visitor slots, then maybe. But normally you deal with request for prayer by providing attraction buildings. They can replace the need for praying by visiting an attraction building instead. We go look for religion sympathy, maybe we find someone. 2% over here. %. Food and drink alcohol. No attraction building demand, but they might still go and get to an attraction building if they can get food and alcohol quickly enough. But then we don't see the spiritual demand, basically. But spiritual demand can get replaced by either alcohol or an attraction building. Food first. Going in an overfilled restaurant, I guess. That's one way to do it. Then alcohol at the pub nearby, the bar, spa cafe. Oh, if that one's too full, I guess walking somewhere else like a tram stop. Oh, I did have a pub down there. I guess you're in walking distance? Oh, you went to an attraction building to satisfy your alcohol demand instead. You see it? They replaced their alcohol demand with an attraction demand instead. They drank 1.8 liters from the pool, and they were happy. Didn't need alcohol, just needed some swimming pool to get that craving of alcohol dealt with. So yeah, demands for religion sympathy and demands for alcohol can also be fixed with attraction buildings. Alcohol can also serve as a replacement for other things. That's why alcohol addiction goes up, because they can't find what they want to do. It's like usually an indicator to see if you are missing something. Chlorine? Maybe. And if drinking from the pool rocks your boat, then who am I to judge that? True. Okay, we are going to get to 17,500 citizens, I guess. Which means we will get the population boost research if we want to. I should research it and I should unlock it, just so we have it in the future when we want to fix things again, but yeah. Not bad at all. 6 people without their own flat. Who could it be? It's not uneducated, low loyalty. Educated, low loyalty. Could be higher education, that's unlikely, because we have a lot of facilities where they can move into, I think. I don't know what that structure was. Or that one might have been high loyalty in the past. It's definitely not no education, I don't think. It might be... is it students? Oh, Jesus. Okay, that university hall filled up quick with 45% loyalty. I mean, that's nice. We even got people with 75% loyalty. Excellent. I need to crank up the loyalty requirement then. 45% it is again. Don't want to think about that. Oh, a floating bar. That's what you mean. I thought you were making a different kind of joke. I don't know who the population is that wants to move into places. Let's just see who moves in. Higher educated right away. Maybe we are running out of places for higher educated citizens. That's a lot of higher educated citizens right away. Someone with basic education. I hope it wasn't people with high loyalty. 66, 52, 84, Jesus. Lots of people with high loyalty, huh? Which means we need to make sure that we have room for people with high loyalty. Otherwise we're gonna waste all of the people trying to release from prison. I guess we'll open up these houses. Start accepting people 50 to 75% loyalty. If that fills up, I mean, that might be the reason. Like, maybe we just have too many highly educated with high loyalty now. I think it's mostly former prisoners though. But yeah, we definitely need to preserve them. You were at first? Okay. In my brain I changed it to a mini bar. Not the other kind of thing. I mean, if these become more pollution epicenters, then we're really gonna test the strain on this area. It's gonna be quite nice to see if that will actually work. Prefer students based on education, minimum loyalty doesn't matter. For the students, I mean, I could at least put a limit there to not have like people with 0% loyalty show up. Their loyalty increases as they study, after all. But if we start from a higher point, then we might reach higher. These could also get more highly educated workers. Right now I don't think they should. I need to make sure that we fill these structures with highly educated workers. This one is full, 69% loyalty. Get started on these again. Up to 2,800 highly educated workers we increased by a lumberjack. Compared to the start of the summer. 2,800 to 3,000, including the people who already have an education but aren't in the workforce yet. I need to hydrate. No one's been telling me. We got a fire station nearby, which would keep the clothing factory 1 protected. Second fire station here too. That should keep everything safe, including the warehouses. I don't know if there's gonna be footpaths on the roads leading into the warehouse. There's supposed to be more housing here. We just maybe want to get the other sewage treatment plant set up before we start expanding our housing capacity. The next crisis will come at some point. We'll just have to figure out what it is and deal with it. I don't want it to be sewage though, because that's just gonna affect everyone with large amounts of death everywhere. We got a month. We need to just increase by 130 people, and I'll throw the population boost research into the medical university, which will give us fewer highly educated workers for some time, but that's okay. 4 children per family. Our kindergartens are going to be overloaded if we do this research, but it will be nice to have. For sure. Might even bring us to 20,000 citizens if we have the housing capacity. And then we get another research point. Still 21-year-olds without their own flat. I wish we would know which 21-year-olds without a flat we have right now. What if it's high loyalty, highly educated? I don't think so. I'm not sure. No, I don't think so. Let's see, basic education. We're not, are we full? No, we're not full on basic education, are we? No, oh, wait. Are we? No, there's plenty of room. There might be high loyalty basic education. Again. People still waiting to move in somewhere? .96% loyalty. That's a former prisoner, I would say. Is it uneducated? Do we have like uneducated waiting somewhere? I have no idea what's waiting right now. Just allow everyone. Everyone's allowed, you should be able to move in here. I think it was very high loyalty basic education. I need to find a room for them. Need to find a place for them to move in somewhere where it makes sense. Up next to our education area would be quite nice. We have some more places where they can fit. Yeah, there's people with really high loyalty in here. Let's undo the checkbox again, get more capacity, and see if we can run 45% loyalty students through here. I would also like to get the loyalty requirement up, so that they don't drop loyalty, they actually gain loyalty. If they are close to 45. We'll run it at 60% loyalty. Building that works in the medical university is set to go there specifically, and has currently 69% loyalty. But yeah, we're still having an issue with secret police not being staffed sufficiently. I'm going to switch one of these around to a highly educated workforce. Which can decide to work in the universities or in the secret police. Or the hospital, which has way too many people in there right now. Working, I mean. Okay, let's get the birth rate increase research done. Shouldn't take too long. Population growth is really, really quick right now. I think we might have solved the crisis. That was quite weird figuring it out. Posted 4 pictures. If you like how it looks and develops, you can be proud of yourself, because you helped me understand this game. Ooh, going for the precision. Yes, roundabouts. Lots of greenery. Very nice. I like it. That's a lot of trees in the first pictures. My god. Autumns, they have to collect so many leaves. I'm not gonna hopefully jinx it, but I feel like the houses are filling up pretty well. I hope the birth rate increase research is not gonna be too much. I mean, it might be, but that's okay. Wouldn't be a bad thing trying to get to the capacity of our city. In the first city, I just dumped a lot of trees. Second one, I started to think of how I plant them. Oh, okay. Excellent. Yeah, I mean, I still use the method of tree brush, but I use it more lightly now. I just go over it once and then let them grow, and if I need more, I just dot some more in. Manually placing trees. Sometimes I do. For alleys or other things, but not that often. It's quite intensive, labor intensive, when you have really large cities, but it's a lot of fun to do, I think. Yeah, I mean, we set up a basic shape and it's slowly filling up with houses. Can't get more organic than that, I guess. We could maybe change this setup a little bit. I don't have a pub here, I don't think. I got 2 grocers. I guess we don't need a shopping center here. They can just take a tram and get clothing whenever they need. Or maybe a pub could make sense. Yeah, I think the idea of unload, wait until unloaded for fabric, pick up clothing, export would be a nice bit of income. Popala pub. That's a terrible German pun. It's well here, I guess. I need a couple cargo wagons, taking the worst ones. 5 would be 75 tons of fabric and 55 tons of clothing. That's a lot. 45 plus a train length. It's a very short train. Let's get 10 of these. $2,900 highly educated. We're in October. Population drain is gonna start soon. Did we get better? I mean, we currently have more than we had at the start of the year. But we're not at the highest level of 2017 yet. But we do have an extra university now that's slowly starting to take up work. There will definitely be highly educated houses, not highly educated, high capacity houses plastered all over the place. Who cares about pollution? Not us. Where can I move? Highly loyal, basic educated citizens. Should make a dedicated building for them. People don't really lose their loyalty when you force relocate them, they just lose happiness. At least we could have a buffer somewhere of some very loyal people. But yeah, we need more highly educated workers again. It's still not enough. I hope the extra university is going to do its job. Could move some more highly educated workers into the nearby houses. Those have emptied out quite a lot. Let's see what we can find. Why are you complaining about being unable to get food? It's not a thing we normally have. $191 people starving. Would have to find them. It's so difficult. It's so bad it should be a hair salon. I don't get that one. Which means it is perfect for this channel. Good choice. I don't know what it means though. Referring to the pub name. Okay. Still confused. As soon as we started working on the loyalty again, our student halls started filling up quite rapidly. I'm okay with them being full. We're at 26% higher educated workforce, but we are up to 2,900 again. Previously we were at 26% with 2,600. And general amount of population increase is definitely noticeable. So, birth rate increase research feels like it already had an effect while the research was running. The amount of births versus the amount of deaths and escapes is looking in our favor, but winter is still arriving. German hair salons are famous for putting silly puns in their names. Herrlich. Veteran Salon, so on. Many internet sites covering the phenomenon. I have not seen one of those yet, I guess. I guess I don't go around and look at different hair salons. And locally, there's not a lot of puns that I've noticed. Maybe I need to keep my eyes open. One thing we could do is deactivate the rail construction offices if we need more workers. But I guess we'll build the train tracks now. This should be the correct setup. Yeah, I guess we'll build a clothing factory in the middle of the city, ×2. We'll try and work on our money situation. Could also lead to the chemical prices going up further. How many chemicals are we using per year? 143. Build one clothing factory for now, the one that is closer to the center of all the residential buildings with the higher density. And the second one we might build later. Who needs zoning? Not that I pay attention to it. I've never seen a hair salon using a pun for its name. When I go to, at least, definitely not. Doesn't. Hello, Como. Yeah, it's the same, but I don't look for a lot of hair salons. I guess once you have one that does a pun, you might look around and see if anyone else does. But I have at least 3 that I saw that I don't think had any. Or maybe I just missed them. Didn't really expect to build factories in the city. But I don't know, the recent population explosion has kind of made me reinvigorated with the idea of who cares about pollution. It wasn't pollution that was killing our population, it was other things. I mean, pollution kills a lot of people. But the population is stable. At least in regards to pollution. We're at around 45%. Now we have maximum 99%. Apparently there's a lot of pollution here. 100% pollution. Yeah, I am kind of wondering how my next new map city would look like. Start a new city and like starting to put a heating plant and a clothing factory in the middle of the city. Just shrugging. Found it very obvious in Aachen. Yeah, maybe it's a local thing, I don't know. I guess with the website you mentioned, there might be a way to figure out which city has the most of them. Okay, that grocer might get a lot of visitors from this tram stop. I don't remember why I'm guiding them that way. I'm tempted to just deactivate that and let the grocer be. I hope the trams have enough capacity now so we don't have to worry about that. Okay, what's going on? What fun are we having? Trains kissing each other, apparently. Why are you turning around? You're not allowed to go that direction, are you? I guess you believe you can because there's no other signal telling you that you're not allowed to. Like, one over here would solve it, I guess. Now what? What's the issue now? Why can't you go around? Wait, what? Just go to the customs house and turn around. What happened? Why did that break now? And why can't you go here? Oh, because someone messed up the signals. There we go. Maybe I had a problem with a very long train. I don't remember. That must have happened recently. Hurry up, we're running out of coal for our power plants, which would be a disaster during winter. Yes, you please move out of the way so everyone else can move, otherwise we're gonna have a fire destroy something important. I mean, shouldn't happen because there's fire stations on both sides of that. But you never know. Polling station could catch on fire again. Nice bit of traffic jam there. Many cities separate their industry from the city with parks and stuff. Leave a lot of space around your industry if you want. I don't want to. I want to make a 19th century style settlement and just plop the industry in the middle of the city. That's how the steel mill is right in the center. We just haven't enclosed it with housing yet. I want to throw caution to the wind and just go crazy. Okay, looks like things are finally starting to move again, very slowly. Maybe that's why we had supply issues to that one grocer, because lots of horse carriages got stuck. I think there were also horse feed deliveries affected. But so far we still have sufficient numbers. But yeah, there's a lot of horses moving around in the city. And normally it works quite well, even with the rail crossing here. It's just that we have a little bit of a collection of a lot of vehicles. But they'll sort themselves out. Could also bring the construction vehicles finally to this area so they can build the road and the clothing factory. That we may run it. I hope we're not gonna have a power outage. We are connected to the customs house, but it doesn't provide enough power for 10 megawatts because our power line's limited to 8 megawatts. So it would definitely affect us negatively if the coal train can't make it back in time. So, the issue was not having a signal here, which made the train think it could basically reverse back into the area where it was coaling from. But there was already another train approaching, which I guess was because of... I don't know how another train got onto the block while the tail end of the train was still parked there. But I guess at least now it's fixed. And we do get our coal in time. The inner city supply route from picking up coal to bringing it to the power plant is also very short. But yeah, that was another crisis scenario, I guess. They could have quite easily killed the city too. We had a power outage during winter. You're allowed to move. Let's go. Looks like we're full on steel. Work days. Only ever one train scheduled into this area, so this should be sufficient. As a signal. As long as the road crossing doesn't trigger. Okay, it does trigger with the other train going by, but I guess I can't help that. Still a bit of a traffic jam here. This was one of the situations where our coaling station almost burned down. Something similar. Might be time to replace it and just use the one in the city. We could try it by just shutting off the supply and letting it run out of coal and see if everything works. By having the larger coaling station in the center of the city, south, supplying up to 4 trains. The one leading out of the city is good because it basically allows trains that go to the customs house access to go directly over a coaling station, which means they refuel once they drop below 50%. Every other train that doesn't go over a coaling station only checks if it needs fuel when it goes below 20% of its coal supply. Same is true for fuel trains, diesel trains. This whole train line could continue on and just could have more and more clothing factories all over the place. Just snaking through the city. Supplied by an ever-growing long train. Or multiple trains. Also possible. How were you allowed to leave when there's a construction train right there? Looking off Dragon Pass. Welcome. The traffic jam is still taking a while to untangle itself. Only they would use both lanes. Especially if they do a left-hand turn, they should just be on the left lane. But I guess because the horses travel so slowly, they don't really follow that logic, I assume. Multiple horse carriages died. Thankfully, that's not a thing. So we're doing multiple things in the city. We're saying, who cares about pollution? We're saying, who needs bridges? Except a couple of pedestrian bridges. We need a monument to orphans, I think. They deserve some respect. Yeah, population. It's December. Went up to 17,000, almost 700. It's just hovering around there now. I guess we've made so many adjustments that population numbers are now just fine. With the birth rate increase, maybe we can just not have a population drop this winter at all. But I mean, it's still 4 months before the pollution will start receding. But I don't think that is going to happen. .9 years life expectancy. The epicenter in the middle of the heating plants is very bad. Let's just throw some clothing factories there and see what happens. I hope that traffic jam didn't cause us some issues with the waste. Doesn't look like it. This population is still increasing. Train traffic jam has untangled itself, mostly. That thing... that signal is causing some extra delays now. But I think it's necessary. Would be nice if we could replace this with a 4-lane coaling station, so there's always 2 tracks in either direction and trains could go past other trains that are coaling, right? Not that we have the space for that, but it would be nice. Okay, now the population is dropping slowly. 2,800 highly educated workers. We got 2,980. I hope it'll hold. There's someone in here studying at the age of 40. %1% productivity, 77% loyalty, 70% happiness. 31 still studying. So I guess we can now declare that we found the root cause. This was lack of education facilities, not enough schools, and also maybe a deficit on university. Run it all the way to its capacity limit, and then it fell over. No more new buildings for very loyal, highly educated and regular educated citizens for now until these houses are full again. Ideally we finish the warehouse before the clothing factory so that we can already bring the resources here and run the train. And the workers will have something to do instead of having to wait for the resources to make their way to this location. Yeah, when the warning triggers for the coal power plant storage, that's like a crisis scenario. There's not much more buffering here. The only thing we can do is activate the aggregate storage, the aggregate horse carriages, and hope to do something by transporting 2 tons of coal every now and then into the building, while trying to fix the original root cause. I'm gonna drop the signal here instead, I think. Then the main line is gonna be unaffected by that. Should still be able to run trains through. As soon as it notices that a train can go from this blue block to the other one, or corner, or whatever, it can already start moving. But it will not allow the coal train to reverse and attempt to go back through this point. I mean, it should be allowed because it all converges onto a single track, so it should just be able to turn around and go the other way, but I'm not sure why one other train managed to sneak in and block the orange area. The coal train just could have been fine. That train is okay, also going to that signal. Okay, nope, that signal is not good. That signal causes other trains to move onto the track and block the entrance. That signal also has to go away. I guess we'll just have to see if it happens again. Whatever oddity caused that one train to get stuck here. That train should just wait here. This train, I guess we could make this maybe a chain signal, but then everything is kind of slowed down. But it would be the safe approach, I guess. I'll just wait. I mean, it is a pretty big problem if it happens again, I guess. Yeah, population is still hovering around 17,600. Dropped by about 500 people, but for January, that's pretty good. Sorry, I mean 100 people. I mean, it's amazing. All the struggle with pollution was actually population count in the schools. I assume we will have some unemployment from children not being able to go into kindergartens because of the birth rate increase research, giving us a pretty steep increase in children. So far, it's not been a percentage in our republic yet, but we do have a lot. Money's still draining a lot. It's good to have clothing factories, I guess, because they won't need highly educated workers. Any worker going into the clothing factory will make sure it runs at just any efficiency that we can muster with the productivity that the workers arrive in. Or arrive at. Do we run some steel export? I guess we can. We don't want the steel mill to go idle necessarily. We could do it on demand. 87 tons. I'll see the vehicle paused. I mean, we're gonna get a message if we're exporting too much. Let's set it to wait until loaded. We definitely don't have enough workforce right now to keep exporting indefinitely. It just has piled up over the time. We would need around, I think, 100 workers to fulfill that export by train. Jesus, chemical prices. I don't know if I want to set up a chemical factory in the middle of the city. I mean, I do want to, but I don't know if I should. Maybe we can do that. Oh no, not here, not here. Maybe somewhere after the clothing factories, I don't know. That would be pushing it. I've kind of repurposed this run into a how badly can we treat people in regards to pollution and still get away with it. And the answer so far seems to be yes. I don't think we found the limit yet. There's a lack of staff here. We've got enough highly educated workers, but not enough staff. Okay, now the traffic jam is untangled, as much as we can have it untangled at least. How are the maintenance officers doing? We're not doing a lot of construction. That seems okay, that's not too much. Construction officers are slowed down a little bit by providing materials to our current construction tasks, but yeah, it's not 2 pages of building repairs. I will shut down the rail construction office for now. Let's do some maintenance on the rail construction vehicle right now, because it's not being used at the moment. Only need some mechanical components. Okay, I'm gonna probably turn these messages off, because honestly I don't think I care. They're getting most of the cases through, it's not a crisis. Just because you seem to be doing a little bit better, I'll keep you activated. Yeah. The other building is probably just not having enough highly educated workers to run reliably. It's a lot of them though. But also 2 universities. me know when the warehouse is done. I'll probably run the train with 5 cars. Wait until the other 5 are done. If the other 5 aren't done by the time the warehouse has finished construction. I think I did the loop purposefully because trains were trying to turn around all the time and caused extra travel distance. Because this train is now going to the food alcohol factory and is going the long way around, which is not ideal. So I think I'll change that back, I guess. It's gonna be a bit difficult though. Yeah, that's not good. That has to be corrected. I hope not too many trains are gonna do this. What is up with you? 2% wear. Cargo train station for food and alcohol, city supply, and you're running all the way to the customs house to turn around. Yep, I suddenly remember why I said that. The way it is. Okay, I'm gonna have to keep an eye on the trains at the coaling station. If a train stops here, I have to manually turn it around if it's supposed to stay in the industry. And then after maybe a minute or so, we can go to the customs house and change the signal back. To prevent the trains from going through the loop. Because that one's only for emergencies. Oh my god, it's one of the slow trains. Taking so long. 2 minutes. Dropped by 200 people now. Higher education still at 2,700. Or build a new loop in front of the river. That is also an idea, yeah. I would have to build it for very long trains though. No, they should just go into the Coal Reserve South coaling station. I don't want them going outside of the city. I don't know what oddity caused the problem, but I don't think we should be having it again. Hopefully. As long as no train is complaining right now, we'll be alright. That was a very long trip. Yep, that's where you're supposed to go to do your coaling. Into that coaling station. If you want to stay within the city. The other one's only supposed to be used when you go out of the city. Otherwise we might just have way too many trains trying to get out of the city. Which wouldn't really work for us. Yeah, population is holding very strong this year, even with all the pollution. Last year our population growth started in January. Are we going to finally fill up the city to the brim and start expanding it again? Okay, I guess we can say that population is now fixed and we can start focusing heavily on the money situation. I don't know if the clothing factories are gonna pull it around. It's looking pretty terrible. Chemical price just regular inflation levels. Still very high though. This is one megacity, 18k pops. It was supposed to get up to 100k. And we have already breached 18k pops. We just had a population crisis afterwards, said earlier. So that will not work. 18,500 would count though. Because we haven't breached that yet, but we did get over 18,000 in 2012. And I thought everything was fine when it wasn't. But yeah, maybe these sharp peaks mean that we don't have enough orphanages in the future. Maybe it's supposed to be such a flat cut-off peak. When everything is working the way it should be. Another orphanarium district. We got so many orphanages. I already built 2 extra before we got to 20,000 citizens. 2, 4, 6, 8, 10. We got 10 orphanages right now. I thought we needed 1 every 2,000 citizens. Maybe that's incorrect. But I don't think so. I think that value is probably correct. Because we were estimating that value when we had enough education levels. Back then we didn't have an education crisis. So we should be prepared with the orphanages to go over 20,000 citizens. Except if this draws a lot more workers when pollution hits, but so far it doesn't feel like it. There's still room to grow. Some housing capacity is still available. We'll have to make sure we have more room for highly educated workers and grow that number. Only dropped to 2,800 so far. Still at 2,966 in our back pocket, so that looks about the same as last year, I think. I mean, for the time, it looks way better. We're up by 100 compared to March last year. So yeah, I'll hold back on building more orphanariums and orphanages, because I feel like we're set for now. Regarding kindergartens, just a little bit over capacity, not too bad. That's manageable. So we want this footpath to go across here, but it's not letting us because it thinks it's too short. It will probably still think that even if I try to work around. But I guess we can try. Come on. At least connect it correctly. I guess no footpath here, that's fine. We'll just go over to the main road. I can walk along the road and then cut across. Any anomalies in our pricing structure for the resources? Everything with a nice sloped graph is just going through the motions of inflation and doesn't have any shenanigans going on. Biological waste just very sad that that crashed hard for some reason, but it's gone now. Electronics just getting that boost in price. We could restart hazardous waste incineration to try and fix our money situation, and set up an incinerator in the middle of the city. As long as we don't dump the hazardous waste onto the ground, I think we might be okay. Don't think I want to risk it though. But yeah, prices are pretty much universally just inflation modified. Regular prices for everything now. So just have to produce more and get an income going. That's March, we dropped by 300 people. That's crazy compared to what was happening before. City's completely unaffected by the pollution. We did get the birth rate increase research going, so that will have had an effect for sure. Still pretty impressive. Road to the warehouse, done. That one kinda has higher priority, but I guess it doesn't matter. We can shut down the clothing factory until we have the warehouse. I'm not gonna try and modify it so that they focus on the warehouse, they can just build whatever they get to first. But I think as soon as the train has finished being built with all of its train cars, we will fill them up, and so we can initially set up a delivery of some fabric to get it started producing. 0.6 billion or 6 million rubles right now. The extension with the second clothing factory is an idea. We will see if we can fill this up with enough population first to run one clothing factory. There's more than enough people that can live here and work. Well, there's also already a party HQ that would need some more workers to run more efficiently. But I think they can do both. Especially since we're also starting to use people on the other side. And we could use prisoners, but I'm kind of opposed to that idea. I'd rather get the loyalty going and increase my productivity. It hasn't increased the loyalty overall in a while. We'll have to see if that keeps going. It's a primal kindergarten location. There's a lot of them here. Yeah, this one could be a kindergarten right here. Or right here too. That one looks also very nice. Kindergarten right here. Before people go to work in the heating plant, they can drop off their children. It's perfect. Unfortunately, we don't currently have a demand for a kindergarten, but I'll keep that one in mind. I mean, we have a light demand of a kindergarten because of the increase in birth rate. But it's not large enough to matter, I don't think. Clothing quality 90%, sports enjoyment 95%, cultures at 91%. Culture's a little bit low. I'm not sure if it calculates the prisoners too, I guess. I did lower the amount of culture building slots in here for the theater, so that might have had an impact. Let's get the maintenance officers involved. There's barely any maintenance ongoing. I'll assign them to the warehouse. Hello, Tycoon Veteran. Thank you very much for the raid. Welcome, everyone. How was Iron Nest for you? Welcome Raiders, I'm the Spriteshword. We're playing Workers and Resources, building our megacity. Already fixed the population crisis. Seems to be a lot more stable now. How are you doing? For people who don't know, Workers and Resources is a city building game, shocker, but also a nation building game, and it focuses heavily on logistics. While this is our city, this is one of our industry areas that supplies the city with some of the materials it needs. We get a train platform supplying crops into a warehouse which runs to a food factory and a distillery that uses crops and some water to make food and or alcohol, which we then load onto other trains on a different train platform to bring it into the city. And then we have, for example, a shopping center here that is supplied directly by trains, waiting until the food has been fully unloaded and then just running in circles. On the scale of Factorio to City Skylines, this sits more in the range of City Skylines, whereas Captain of Industry is more in the range of Factorio. Both of these games, Captain of Industry and Workers and Resources, I can wholeheartedly recommend. Factorio is complete automation production, City Skylines is complete city building, and then Captain of Industry and Workers and Resources fall in onto that sliding scale, more or less, in one of the directions. I haven't played Captain of Industry in a while, nor have I played Factorio in a while either. I would like to, but I've decided to restart my addiction to Workers and Resources, I guess. In this city we're trying to stick to old vehicles. It's called MegaCity 19 Run because we're trying to create a 19th century style city where we disregard everything in regards to pollution, just throw in the heating plants very close to the housing, make a pollution epicenter in the middle of the city with some housing next to it, and rely on mostly horse carriages and steam trains to run the logistics for us. With some trucks allowed, but not really anything past 1930. And more than 50% of the road-based logistics should be handled by horse carriages. Excluding trams, I guess. We don't have any horse trams. Currently building up a clothing factory in the middle of the city with a warehouse, rail connected to our existing infrastructure running the train lines through the city. A train will be arriving here going through the steel mill with some fabric for the warehouse and then picking up whatever clothing there is and bringing it to the customs house. Waiting until all fabric has been unloaded from the train before trying to load the clothing. Should make it work. Our population graph in the last couple of years. In 2012 we had our highest population count, reaching 18,200 citizens. And then we had a massive decline in population, down to the lowest amount of 15,500, which we haven't seen in pre-2000 years, since pre-2000 years. But then we fixed it. I think we're now on an upwards trend and we will actually recover back to 18,000 citizens and stay there stable. Not accounting for the pollution we have each winter, of course, but Has to be some sacrifices, I guess. Let me make sure we don't have a train getting stuck towards the customs house. Everything looks okay. January pollution die-off, as is tradition, yes. Normally it's the October to May pollution die-off, but I guess fixing the education system has kind of reinvigorated the population, so there was barely any die-off this year, or the last year. Normally we're dropping about 1,000 people each winter. This year it was only like 300, 400. And we're already back to population growth in April. I'm going to grab some of the people who are waiting to finish their education. Actually I won't, never mind, those buildings are pretty much emptying out. No, it's okay, they can, I guess, no, I will move them out. Yeah, that's fine. Let's just drop them in here. Maybe working in the university as staff, helping educate new students. Hello, Scarlett. Welcome. We are nearing the end of the stream for me as well. Might be sad for you to hear. But I think I'll keep it to a 5-hour stream during a weekday. Normally it should be a 4-hour stream, but it's workers and resources. What can I do? Next time we can finish the clothing factory, see if that brings our financial situation a little bit under control. How much did we have to export each month to make 600,000 rubles worth of clothing? Like 15 tons per month? That's doable. Doesn't include the price for the fabric. I would have to calculate with the profit margin, I guess. Late today? It's okay. You'll have free time to do something else very soon. Okay, we're back to 17,500 citizens. Only 800 more and we're back to the highest number we had. We had a nice stream? I had a pretty good stream, yeah. Actually a successful stream for the city too, since our population has recovered itself. We finally found the reason. It was not the hospitals, it was the education system. Oddly enough. So I'm kind of tempted to lower the workers inside the hospitals again. And see what happens. I also wanted to build a hospital here, but I guess we can scrap that. We're going back to pre-catastrophe numbers, not all the way down yet, but back to what we had before. And if it works okay, then we can maybe try and see how much we can get away with a few workers in the hospital. But then I think I should have one here, at least a clinic. Go to sleep before Moon gets sad that he gets to sleep and you don't. Hello, Archduke. That's, wise words. Wise words. We're lacking asphalt here. No asphalt being sent out means that our asphalt plant is probably undergoing maintenance. Indeed it is. The next busload of workers will finish the repairs and then they can start delivering asphalt again. It just means go to sleep before dawn. But what if it's a full moon or like a new moon, or sometimes the moon is visible during the daytime? Very philosophically interesting, I would say. I'm just getting tired. Yeah, I'm happy with the fix to the population numbers. Glad it's stable again. Gives us more time to try and mess around with loyalty again. The huge amount of population increase maybe stabilized loyalty to what it was and will make the growth of loyalty much more difficult again. New moon is tomorrow? Ah, okay. The moon is always on the other side of the sun, otherwise spherical Earth theory would make sense. Right. Always on the other side of the sun. How's solar eclipse then? No, lunar eclipse. No, wait. Solar eclipse. Moon between the sun and the Earth. Ah, 3 more work days. There we go. Go forth, my horse carriages and trucks. Deliver the asphalt. Being able to push through the winter with that large amount of pollution by only dropping 200 citizens was kinda crazy. I don't think we have the housing capacity to get to 20,000 reliably, like go there and stay there during winter. But we might have the capacity to go over to 20,000 and above by using a birth rate increase research. Once that is available again. We time it, so it finishes the research after winter. We might be able to just push it high enough. Would have some 21-year-olds without their own flat at that point, but nothing to worry, I guess. Something in the update said that buildings were cheaper now. Like early start buildings were cheaper compared to the modern counterparts. Maybe that's the reason why they are more susceptible to fire, because I guess they're cheaper to build, so they are lower standards. Maybe in that case we could start spending some money on protecting our assets against fire. Fewer fires in residential, or like, yeah, I guess it is a research for fewer fires in residential buildings, fewer fires in industries. Fire prevention research. Very clear sky tonight here. You can see the stars very well. Watched the sunset earlier. It was fine. It was fine. It was fine. I don't know how the sky was today. It was okay, I guess. I mean, I was outside early. I don't know how it was in the afternoon. Anyway, I think this is probably a good time to call it. We'll set up the clothing factory next time. And hope we can fix our money situation. Money situation should also benefit from us increasing vehicle production, which just needs more workers. All the workers from the rail vehicle production can also make their way into the road vehicle production. And if we double production there, we could export another 500,000. Combine that with a clothing factory, maybe we'll be in the green again. We'll see. Then a second clothing factory could add on top of that. Alright. I guess we'll call it here. Can you maybe replace cheaper buildings with better ones? I don't want to replace buildings because all the other buildings would be modern buildings. But I guess you could, after you've placed wooden structures, which are now a thing, replace these with at least brick buildings. If you want to go from a village to a town or city. But yeah, like I said, we'll be calling it here for today. As always, thank you very much for watching. Hope you enjoyed the stream. Let's see. I guess we could do the reverse and raid over to Project 7, who's also streaming Workers and Resources. Normally in German, but he will welcome you and talk to you in English for some time. If you want that. But he will switch back to German after a while. You're welcome. And everyone, if you want to stick around for that, please do. If not, that is fine too. Have a very good rest to your Tuesday afternoon, evening, wherever you are. Thank you very much for watching. Take care, everyone. That was just a mess of an outro. I should initiate the raid before I actually, like, do any talking. Also, no one was telling me to hydrate today, Scarlet. I'm very, very dehydrated right now. You might have been able to tell. But I'll get that fixed soon. Alright, let's initiate the raid and do the outro again. You wanna stick around for the raid? We'll go over to Project 7, like I said. I think we're done. Take care everyone, all the best. And maybe also next time.